Kano Retired Practice at Besigye, Ajebe Besigye, and Carol Stokon to serve the country under the Israel.
Director of Public Prosecution, appearing together with my colleague, Richard Biribumbuka, State Attorney. Another is for clarification if I had a miscellaneous applicant.
Criminal session case. Criminal session case number 335 of 2025 with Rada Masters Kano Retired Practice at Besigye, Ajebe Besigye, and Carol Stokon to serve the country, Captain Ola Israel.
For the record again, I'm Thomas Jatiko, Assistant Director of Public Prosecution. I appear together with Richard Biribumbuka, Chief State Attorney,
Very true.
of the prosecution. My colleague, Sarah Awelo, Sylvia Namaweje, and Mr. Julius Sewamala appear on state brief for A3. Well, in the dock A2, that is Haji Obey Lutale, and A3, that is Denish Olaoya. The assessors are present in court, that is Mr. Musa John, Okelo Richard, and Sarah Barillier. We have a witness in court who is on the stand, and this matter is coming up for further hearing this morning, and we are ready to proceed.
I just want to request you don't get tired of me, because this is a matter of life and death. I just wanted to bring to your notice that there is an application 269 which is before you, which one had to be determined before proceeding. 269 or 2026, which you thought should be fixed and had in the spirit of justice and fairness, I would ask you, my Lord, if the patient can be fixed at heart, and then we proceed with the test. Thank you.
I am aware of that application. It is only
Yes, sir.
the same will be fixed on its own merit, based on the schedule of court. So court has taken it. Let us now proceed. I just want to warn the witness that is given us. So I'm warning you that you took us on day one, then yesterday we are reminded, and even now we are reminded that we are still on course. Whatever we are going to say in a further hearing, further testimony, we are still on course.
Yes, my Lord. My Lord,
Just a minute.
my Lord, I'm a bit confused because that application was stayed. It will be hard on its merit when the test is going on, or the purpose of it was to first stay the
I
case.
am aware, like I said, it will be fixed. It's all left. I'm aware.
So it is if they know that to proceed, they are exactly that.
It will be fixed.
My Lord, for record, Richard Dili Mumukachi, Secretary. Yes, Wilson, you have been informed that you're still in oath. By the time we retired yesterday, you had stopped at the level where you said all of you left Geneva, and for you specifically, you left on the 30th of October 2023. Now, as you were leaving Geneva, what was the basis of the arrangement? What was the basis of your relationship? You, as the person representing the Kaddish company, and then Dr. Treason, Besigye, and the group. What was the basis of that relationship?
The relationship was that the people I was representing, my cover story, was going to provide Dr. Besigye and his people with financial support, with fake currency. Sorry.
It was ready.
Yes?
Fake currency, weapons, and technical support.
When you talk about weapons, which weapons?
At that point, we were talking mainly about small arms. And what we discussed that was going to be delivered at the arranged training was hand grenades.
I beg your pardon?
Hand grenades. and we codenamed them as pineapples.
Where were you supposed to deliver them?
All of this was discussed during the meeting, and it was going to be delivered at the planned training. That they informed me would be taking place at Kisumu in Kenya.
Yes. So, what was binding you parties at that level in this relationship?
I've been speaking with Joe Wakihima for a number of years.
Yes.
And before the meeting, we discussed what we were going to discuss at the meeting in detail.
Yes.
Wakihima brought along to the meeting a memorandum.
Yes.
That I signed, Joe Wakihima signed. Dr. Besigye and Frank Kahiri read the memorandum. The memorandum detailed that my people would be providing Dr. Besigye's shadow government with financial support. In return for the business licenses, access to banking, etc. that we have requested.
Done for business licenses, yes. What else?
Access to banking.
Yes.
We kept off the memorandum a lot of the...
Yes, what is that all? In return for business licenses?
Business licenses.
Yes, access to banking. What else?
I'd say, if I can remember right, also we mentioned in there about visas.
Visas to who?
Visas for Kurds or the people that I was representing to come and work and stay in Uganda.
Yes, so what followed after that meeting?
What followed was the planning for the December training camp in Kisumu.
Yes.
I'll state I was very apprehensive. because my role up until then had been to provide Ugandan security services with information.
So at this level, in short, what was your role? What were you acting for?
At this level, I was acting for Ugandan security services and providing information on the intentions of Joel Wakihima and Dr. Besigye's intentions, which were clear. Their intentions were to overthrow the government of Uganda.
Yes.
I reported back about the intended training camp in Kisumu.
When you say reported back, what do you mean?
I reported back to Moses. I sent back the recordings.
Yes.
And photographs of the memorandum.
Yes. What followed?
What followed was discussions on my side whether we could actually organize and attend the meeting with Kisumu.
Did you?
No.
Why?
One, finances. Two, as I said, I was very apprehensive. And three, I don't...
This law.
Sorry.
So the meeting soon never took place?
No, in December.
The training, rather.
The training.
Why?
Two, I was very apprehensive about getting involved.
One was because of finance.
One was because of finance.
Yes.
I was apprehensive about getting involved because this was going to be a terrorist training camp. And three, I don't think people within the Ugandan security forces thought that Dr. Besigye would be taking things this far.
Yes.
From Joel Wakihima and Dr. Besigye's side, they were organizing for the training camp in Kisumu.
How did you know?
Because they were sending me information.
Which information?
They told me they had representatives visit the governor of Kisumu.
Come again?
They had representatives visit the governor of Kisumu.
They had representatives
Visit and hold a meeting with the governor of Kisumu.
Yes.
I had asked for locations where weapons could be delivered.
Which weapons?
What we discussed, the hand grenades, drones, and that delivery would have included finances as well.
Yes.
Because the airport was monitored,
Yes. So just to be clear, you say you asked for the locations where the weapons to mean grenades and drones would be delivered.
yes.
Did they provide that location?
They initially said the airport,
Yes.
which I told them would be under surveillance. So they provided me with
Yes.
videos of roads, videos of roads
Yes.
where light aircraft, Cessnas, could land.
We are light aircraft and what?
Where light aircraft, the Cessna aircraft, could land. We have the videos.
Yes. Who sent you these videos?
They would have come from Joel Wakahima.
Yes. So what followed?
What followed was I was giving them a lot of excuses.
When you say them, whom are you meaning?
I'm talking about Joel Wakahima, Dr. Besigye. At that point, Frank Kahiri, I understand, was already back in Uganda.
So here you mean Joe Wakahima and Dr. Treason?
Yes.
Yes. Why were you giving them excuses?
Because as far as I was concerned, this was a story that wasn't going to come to fruition. I had given them a story that, yes, my people want to support you, but it was all a story for the sake of getting information out of them.
Yes.
Joel Wakahima was complaining a lot in December because, and we have this recorded on screenshots, etc. Dr. Besigye had moved 40 to 60 people into Kampala.
Yes?
Was housing them and feeding them in Kampala.
Yes.
Waiting for me to give the go-ahead so they could move to Kisumu for the training.
So why was Joe Wakaima complaining?
Because they had already moved people into Kampala for the training, which wasn't going to take place.
Yes. So what followed?
What followed was a lot of heated discussions about why my people could not facilitate the training.
You say your people, you represent them.
The Kurdish company that I said I was representing.
Yes.
And then we arranged for a meeting to clarify things back in Geneva.
Yes.
Again, I was apprehensive about this meeting.
Who suggested this meeting?
That would have been the three of us. I asked them, that's Joe Wakihima and Dr. Besigye, if they wanted to continue with cooperation, and they said yes.
Yes.
So we arranged a meeting for Geneva, and that meeting took place on January the 28th, 2024.
Meeting took place.
On January the 28th, 2024, my lord.
From where?
I rented an apartment in Geneva, in central Geneva. about 5 minutes from the train station again. It was very much in an area frequented by tourists. It was very much a bar area, a nightclub area. On the 28th, I met with Joe Wakihima and Dr. Besigye.
Yes.
In the lobby of a hotel. We had a coffee. Some small talk, and then we moved back to the apartment for the meeting. On the way back to the apartment,
Yes.
Dr. Besigye offered the use of his apartment in Geneva for the meeting.
Offered it use.
Offered the use of the apartment he has in Geneva for the meeting.
Yes.
I declined because I could not record from them.
What could you not record?
I already had surveillance devices in the apartment I rented.
Yes, my question is, what couldn't you record from Besigye's apartment in Geneva?
I wouldn't have been able to record anything because my recording devices were in.
Yes, what wouldn't you record? What is that that you didn't record?
I don't understand the question.
What is that that you intended to record that you couldn't have recorded if you went to his apartment?
I intended to record the whole meeting, which I did.
So what happened after you declined to go to his apartment?
We went back to the apartment that I had rented.
Yes.
We started the meeting. I was recording the meeting on a covert camera in a power bank.
Used your covert?
A covert camera
Yeah.
that was in a mobile power bank.
Yes.
Which was placed on the main table in the meeting room.
Yes.
There was also a magnetic listening device, audio recorder.
Is a magnetic listening device.
The device audio recorder that was underneath one of the tables in the meeting area.
Yes.
During the meeting,
So who attended this meeting?
it was myself,
Yes.
Joe Wakihima, and Dr. Besigye.
Yes.
We started off, again, I made apologies that my people had not come through with the funding for the training camp in Kisumu in December.
Would you mention those people as you say,
The
mention
people, the imaginary Kurdish company that I was representing.
Why did you apologize? And who was supposed to fund that meeting also? That training also?
My people were going to put in, the people the imaginary company that I was representing was going to put in money, also supply the fake currency, and also supply weapons.
Yes. So after apologizing, what followed?
We discussed about why things went wrong and also how to proceed in the future.
Yes.
Due to the fact it was obvious at this stage that Joe Wakihima and Dr. Besigye was serious about going through with the training camp and going through with their intentions of attacking the Ugandan government, overthrowing the Ugandan government, I put a lot more blunt questions to them.
Which questions?
About their mobilization,
Yes.
because for the people, the imaginary Kurdish company I was representing, if we were going to be funding these people and equipping these people, we would need to make sure they could actually do what they claimed they could do. had been discussed about a civil mobilization at the last meeting in Geneva.
Yes.
Where Dr. Besigye detailed how they organized their network and said they could close down Kampala very easily.
Yes.
I asked him from the military perspective, could they hold ground? Which means, in military terms, could they take an area and control it?
Yes.
The answer was yes, because they had people within the military, senior members of the military.
Who said so?
Dr. Besigye.
So he could because?
They had senior people in the military that would cooperate with them.
Which military did he mean?
In the Ugandan military. I then brought up the question that if they were serious, my people recommended, my people, the imaginary company I was representing, that they should try to assassinate the president. Wakihima agreed and Dr. Besigye agreed.
Which president did you mean? Did they mean?
President Museveni, the president of Uganda.
How?
With a drone strike.
Yes.
My follow-up questions included, could they provide me with details of President Museveni's movements? And they said yes. They had people in State House. It was decided then
Yes.
that after the training camp in Kisumu, the next training camp,
Yes.
that I would enter Uganda,
Beg your pardon?
that I would enter Uganda
Yes.
with some select personnel
Yes.
to organize the drone strike on the president.
Organize the drone strike.
on President Besigye.
Yes.
What followed after that was a conversation which is recorded, where Joe Wakihima wanted to take credit for the drone strike. He wanted to take credit for the drone strike, by the way.
Yes.
Myself and Dr. Besigye argued back that it was better if the drone strike was credited to ADF.
Why?
Because assassinating the president would bring negative publicity onto Dr. Besigye's insurrection.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye was a lot more relaxed in this meeting. And I remember he told some stories about how he had escaped from the police in the past, etc.
Why do you say he was more relaxed in this meeting?
He seemed more relaxed, whether this was the second meeting.
What happened in the first meeting in terms of his mood compared to this one?
I think in the first meeting he was a lot more cautious.
Why?
Maybe it was because it's the first time we met.
Yes, let's go back.
We also discussed financial support.
Yes?
And I brought in the story that the people I was representing would provide, I think it was a figure of $5 million US. That was to be held in a bank in Dubai.
Yes.
And after the training camp, I would move into Uganda.
Yes.
And Dr. relatives, the representatives of the Kurdish company in Dubai. Again, I emphasized what the imaginary people I was representing would want in return.
What is that?
Would be access to banking, business licenses,
Yes.
visas and passports
For who?
for people under sanctions and criminals.
Who are these people?
Again, they were imaginary people. The reason I was asking these questions
Yes.
and putting down these terms was to see what Dr. Besigye would agree to. And he agreed to everything.
He agreed to everything, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's about it for that meeting.
Okay. So, as the meeting was ongoing, what were you doing?
As the meeting was ongoing, the meeting was being recorded.
So what happened hereafter?
Afterwards, we agreed for another meeting.
Yes.
And I think one of my excuses was this happened too quick. There was too short a period of time.
What do you mean by it was so quick?
It was between the first meeting in October to organize such a camp. In December, it was 1 month. There was not enough time. It was at 6 weeks. So we needed more time to organize a training camp.
Yes. So what followed?
We arranged to meet in the summer, spring, summertime, which turned out to be June.
Of which year?
2024. We arranged to meet in June and preliminarily booked the training in Kisumu for July.
For July which year?
2024.
Yes.
The meeting finished. I had arranged for Wakahima to stay at the apartment that night because I was leaving the following day.
Yes, and what happened?
Wakahima didn't return that night. I take it he stayed with Dr. Besigye.
How did you know?
Because he didn't come back to the apartment. I don't know if he stayed with him, but he wouldn't have slept on the streets in Geneva in January.
At what time did Dr. Treason leave that meeting? Vis-a-vis your Wakahima?
They left, the meeting would have finished in the afternoon.
Yes, my question is, at what time did Treason leave that meeting vis-a-vis Joel Wakahima?
I don't know the exact time.
Did they leave at the same time?
Yes, together.
How did Dr. Treason arrive at that meeting?
I met him in a hotel lobby with Joe Wakahima. And I walked with them from the hotel to the apartment.
How did he? Yes.
I got into the habit with Wakahima that I met them and brought them to where the meetings would be. Because my concern, what we were talking about was illegal. If they were found out or followed by people from the Swiss police,
Yes.
the fact about what we were discussing would be criminal under most European, under all European laws. We were discussing fake currency under European law, to acts of terrorism, supplying weapons illegally, assassinating the president, and overthrowing the government of Uganda. In Europe, that is illegal. So my personal security was a main concern for me because way Dr. Besigye acted and Wakehima acted, they were very haphazard as far as their personal security.
Yes,
So we arranged for the next meeting in...
Okay, before that meeting. In September of 2023,
Yes.
you asked for a passport of Dr. Treason.
Yes.
Process
That's it.
is due. So what happened this time? How did you travel to Geneva?
I'm not sure. He must have flown. But I had nothing to do with the arrangements to travel to Geneva.
How about Joe Wakehima?
I'm not sure. So Wakehima, I believe, traveled from the Netherlands via bus.
And who paid for this apartment where the meeting took place?
I paid for the apartment.
So what for?
We started to plan for the meeting.
Maybe before just a minute. So how did Dr. Treason, first of all, know that you were supposed to meet in Geneva on the 28th of January 2024?
Because we had arranged the meeting, the three of us.
And what was the ultimate goal of this meeting?
One, it was to rectify the problems because of the cancelled training camp in December.
Yes.
And to plan a way forward to organize another training camp.
Yes.
Also, from my perspective, from the perspective of Ugandan security services, it was to clarify that these people were actually serious.
Serious about what?
Serious about the training camp, serious about their intentions to overthrow the government of Uganda, and after this meeting, serious about planning an assassination attempt on President Besigye.
Maybe one last question for that meeting. When you say they were serious about overthrowing the government of the Republic of Uganda,
Yes.
how?
Their plan.
What were they going to use to overthrow the government?
This is why I was
The
asking.
means.
This is why I was asking about mobilization. After Kisumu, after the training camp, they were going to send people into Uganda to identify targets, influential people that would be targeted and assassinated.
Yes?
They were planning a campaign of civil unrest.
Yes?
To discredit the government and to hurt the economy.
Yes?
One of the simple plans for that was an unarmed drone attack on Entebbe Airport. By that I mean flying a drone into the engine of one of the flights, a tourist flight, a commercial flight.
Yes?
Small incidents combined with media, by putting things in the media and amplifying their cause, would help to bring down the Ugandan government.
Okay, so
That was a couple of phases. The last phase is why I asked about mobilization, whether they had people in the military and security services that could back them up and take ground. They said yes. So the general plan was to cause chaos within Uganda,
yes?
and then with the help of the military, take power.
What do you mean by taking power?
To become the next government of Uganda.
Is that the same as overthrowing government?
Yes, overthrowing the government. Once the current government had fell or was pushed out, then they would take power, the shadow government.
So what followed after that meeting of January? You agreed for another
We agreed for a follow-up meeting to organize the actual training camp.
When was this meeting?
The next meeting was scheduled for June.
which year?
2024. Everything from that meeting in January, the recordings and the audio, and my reports, I passed back to Moses, that passed on to Ugandan security services. The devices I used to record and my phone was also passed on to investigators to be analyzed.
Yes, so now we're in the next meeting. So where were you on the 14th day of June 2024?
I was in Geneva.
of June 2024. Yes.
I rented an apartment a little further outside of central Geneva.
Yes.
And I had equipped it, I brought along several recording devices.
Yes.
I believe I met Wakikima on the previous day.
When you say previous day, what do you mean?
That would have been on the 13th.
Yes.
And we had a conversation, we discussed all the topics that needed to be discussed before the meeting.
Yes.
The next day on the 14th, Wakihima brought the doctor, Dr. Besigye, to the apartment. The reason for that was at this stage, I did not want to be seen or photographed with them on the street or in a public place.
When you say them, whom do you mean?
I mean Joe Wakihima and Dr. Besigye.
Why?
Because I didn't know if they were under surveillance. Again, at this stage, with this meeting, a lot of European laws would be broken.
Yes. Stratford when
Sorry.
she's a Besigye, right?
Dr. Besigye arrived. Again, there was a camera, the same camera I used in the previous meeting. There's a Cobra camera and a power bank.
Yes.
That was on a table that was recording the meeting.
Yes.
There was also a magnetic listening device. Placed on a radiator, a steel radiator, in the main meeting room.
Wilson, when you say radiator, what do you mean? When you say radiator, what do you mean?
A radiator.
Yes.
It's like a metal heater.
A metal heater.
A long, thin metal heater. This was an old apartment, so it was steel or iron.
Yes.
After introductions, formalities, Dr. Besigye was very relaxed this time.
Yes.
As was Joe Wakihima. They were happy that we were finally at the point where the training camp was going to take place.
Yes.
Again, I brought up the point of mobilization.
Yes.
To ensure they had the support within the security forces.
Yes.
Which he said he had.
Who said?
Dr. Besigye.
Then before you proceed, who attended this meeting?
Myself, Joe Wakihima, and Dr. Besigye.
Yes. Back to where we were.
This meeting was to finalize arrangements before the training camp.
Yes.
I discussed what my people, the imaginary company I was representing, wanted, again, and what they would provide.
What is that? Emphasize that.
Emphasize weapons, fake currency, financial support. And at this stage, we even brought in political guidance for when they had taken power, for when Dr. Besigye had taken power.
Yes.
And again, I emphasized what the people I was representing, the Imaginary Kurdish company, wanted in return.
What is that?
Business licenses, access to banking. Visas and passports. And access to airfields for trafficking, including narcotics.
Yes, and what was their response?
Yes, 100%. No problems.
Who said so?
Dr. Besigye. We discussed more in detail about the planning for the training camp.
Yes.
And I gave Dr. Besigye $5,000 US. To help facilitate the movement of the trainees to Kisumu. At Kisumu, we would be providing the fake currency. Drones and hand grenades.
How did you refer to these grenades? How were you referring these grenades to?
So the grenades is pineapples. In a lot of the audio, you see us talking about pineapples.
Yes.
The reason for the reason for the hand grenades, they're a lot easier to use than firearms.
Yes.
One of the incidents Wakahima wanted to stage was a grenade attack on a cafe, I believe CJ's. CJ Hedekeshamo.
You wanted to?
Do a hand grenade attack, throw a hand grenade into CJ's. Because they understood it was used by government people.
to detonate a hand grenade in Besigye?
Yes.
Yes.
That meeting was mainly about logistics.
Yes, but you said you're supposed to, maybe if I beg your pardon, you said you're supposed to provide fake currency, drones, hand grenades. Is that all?
Yes. And I was going to be there with one other instructor. One other instructor.
One of the instructors.
Myself and another one of my people as an instructor.
Why?
Because they were bringing in a group of up to 60 people.
Yes, and I'm asking why would you take the instructor?
Because I would need somebody else to work with me to train 60 people.
Yes.
One of the main problems with this was logistics. How to get the logistics from, we were saying, Mombasa to Kisumu.
Which logistics?
The hand grenades, the fake currency, the drones.
Yes.
So we were planning to fly them into Kisumu.
Yes.
As the discussions went on, we decided that in the future we would be needing to bring in a lot more weaponry and logistics. Dr. Besigye gave us the details of an airfield in Mahagi, in DRC.
Yes. What do you mean by details?
The coordinates, the length of the runway, the type of runway, the elevation of the runway, and he did give it to me on a handwritten card, a photo of which I passed on to investigators.
Yes. What was the purpose of this Mahagi airfield in DRC?
That was an airstrip where we could land weapons and logistics, weapons, ammunition. We even discussed cash deliveries.
Yes. How did he know this airfield?
He said that he knew it because they had had weapons delivered there before.
Because he had delivered some weapons there.
Dr. Besigye said they had had weapons delivered there before.
Yes.
He said he knew the people that controlled the area, so it was a safe area.
When he said he knew the people who control that airfield, what did he mean?
I take it he meant he knew the traditional ruler in that area, or the government in that area. So it was safe for deliveries. And he also mentioned in the future for training.
Yes.
Also in that meeting, we were discussing Wakihima's travel arrangements.
Maybe before you leave that place. So, what would happen to the logistics and weapons that you flew to
The plan with the
What is the plan?
The plan with the weapons, even the consignment going into the Sumo, would they be smuggled into Uganda? The weapons going into Congo would be smuggled into Uganda.
So now, how do they use Mahag airstrip in Congo?
I don't know anything about the airstrip. I was just given the details. The plan was for us to deliver logistics to that airfield.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye said that airfield, that area was safe. So I take it people would turn a blind eye to what we were planning.
So what else did you discuss?
One of the issues was Joel Wakihima traveling. He had a Netherlands refugee card.
Yes.
Wakihima was trying to get other passports. He had spoken to several West African embassies in Brussels.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye stated in this meeting
Yes.
he was trying to get Wakihima a passport from the Zambia.
Yes.
The problem was getting the biometrics for the passport.
Joe Kaimo, why did he want to get other passports?
So he could travel freely. There's restrictions on a refugee ID card.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye also stated that Zambia was a place where we could train, as he had very, very good contacts.
Yes.
For that meeting, that's the main point.
What happened? What did you do when the meeting was on board?
Everything was being recorded, audio and visual.
Okay.
And once the meeting was over, the audio, visual, and my report was sent back to Ugandan Security Services through Moses.
So who facilitated the movement of Dr. Treason?
I have no idea. I did not pay.
What about your...
Sorry.
Yes.
Also, what we had agreed on was when the training camp in Kisumu was happening, Dr. Besigye would meet one of my associates, an imaginary associate, in Nairobi.
Why would they keep the meeting with Sumu?
At this stage, if I remember, in Kenya, there were a lot of protests.
Yes.
So it would not be safe for Dr. Besigye to be at the training camp in Kisumu.
Yes.
That's a basic operational procedure. The head is kept away from where the activities are happening.
Can you repeat that?
It's a basic operational procedure.
It's a basic operational procedure
Yes.
to
keep the head of the organization
Yes?
away from such an activity like the training camp in Kisumu. Because if the training camp was compromised, the head would not be arrested.
Yes. Are you done there? So my question was, how did Joe Wakaima move to that meeting?
In Geneva, I'm not sure. At that time, Wakihima, I think, was staying in Switzerland. He moved to Switzerland from the Netherlands.
So who paid for apartment?
I paid for the apartment.
Where did Joe Wakaima spend the night of the 13th,
I
14th?
have no idea.
When did Dr. Treason and Joe Wakaima leave that meeting?
It would have been sometime in the afternoon. I don't know the exact time, but they left together.
And when did you leave?
I left the following day.
When you say the following day, which day is that?
It would have been the 15th. I flew in and out. I would be flying in and out to Zurich.
Who gave the 5,000 USD to Dr. Treason in person?
In person, I placed it, I gave it, I offered it, Joe Wakihima took it, they put it on a table, and then further on in the meeting, Dr. Besigye picked it up off the table and put it inside of his coat. And we have that on video.
So yes, so what followed after that meeting? You had
What followed was a problem with Wakihima.
which problem?
I understand he was arrested.
From where?
He was arrested in Geneva, and I believe it was for public order, such as drunkenness or something.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye called me and explained the situation. I have the audio, we have the audio, and we have screenshots of the message.
Which situation are you meaning here?
Say again?
Which situation are you meaning? When you say Dr. Treason called you
Yes.
and explained the situation, which situation?
The situation of Joe Wakihima being arrested in Geneva.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye said he was trying to get him released from jail.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye said he was using his United Nations contacts to try to get Wakihima released from jail.
Yes. What did he mean by using his UN contact?
I take it he was speaking to people he knew within the United Nations, to talk to the Geneva police, to try to get Wakihima released.
Yes. So what followed?
The situation was a mess. Wakihima had legal problems in Switzerland.
Illegal.
Legal problems. He had trouble with the police and immigration.
Yes.
My patience with Wakihima was finished, so I didn't really follow the situation. I was focused on pursuing.
Yes.
I understand Dr. Besigye was trying to get him psychological help or something.
Yes. So what followed?
What followed was we prepared for the sumo. And I was dealing directly with Dr. Besigye.
Yes.
One of my concerns for Kisumu, now Wakihima, was out of the picture. From the imaginary people I represented, who would be at Kisumu that could make decisions?
Yes?
Because if we were organizing the training, we also needed people to take custody of fake currency and also hand grenades, pineapples.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye gave me the number of 2 people, one of which is called Simon, I can't pronounce the second name, and Samuel. I passed on their details to investigators with their phone numbers.
The contacts of Samuel and Simon to you.
Because we needed people there to pass on the fake currency, the hand grenades, and to coordinate the training.
Yes.
Also, on a phone call just before Kisumu, before I left for Kenya, I asked Dr. Besigye if there was anybody there, that if one of my senior people turned up from the imaginary company, was there someone in authority who they could liaise with, to talk with? And Dr. Besigye said, yes, there was.
Yes.
And if I remember right, it's in an audio recording which we passed on. He said a former leader of the opposition was going to be at Kisumu.
Former leader of opposition when?
In Uganda. That person knew what was going on. And was capable of talking with senior members from the company, the organization, the imaginary organization that I was representing.
Yes. So, what followed after you had given you the contact of Simon and Samuel?
I made my way to Kisumu.
Did you talk to these two?
Yes. I exchanged messages with both of them.
Yes, what followed?
Guys, just jumped in. Samuel, I met in Kisumu, and I'll mention in a moment. But I understand Samuel's been arrested.
Wait, you met, whom did you meet?
Samuel.
One name, Samuel and Simon.
They are different people. But he says he met somewhere in Kisumu, but he understands who was arrested. Yes.
We also have a document of Wakahima sending funds to Samuel. That's been passed on to investigators.
Yes, so what followed after getting the contacts and
I traveled to Kisumu.
where did you travel from to go to?
I was in Europe. I think I come out through Istanbul. Istanbul to Nairobi, Nairobi to Kisumu.
Yes. So what followed?
I went to Kisumu and I waited for things to get started on the 14th. I checked into a hotel and waited.
So where were you on the 24th of July?
I was in Kisumu.
So what happened?
I was in communication with Samuel.
Yes.
And they were keeping me updated on the arrivals of students at the pastoral center in Kisumu where the training was going to take place.
What do you mean by students?
There was going to be up to 60 students turning up for the training. They were coming in from Uganda, and I believe several were coming from Kenya.
Where is this pastoral center?
It's on the outskirts of Kisumu.
Yes, what followed?
I was waiting for people to turn up. I understood everybody was traveling in small groups for security reasons. That evening, when Samuel told me there was a good number of people at the center, at the pastoral center,
Yes.
I got a taxi to the pastoral center.
Yes.
And I met with Samuel. At that time, there was a group of people in one of the conference halls.
Yes.
Where they seemed to be going through lectures or briefings. I agreed with Samuel that I would be there in the morning. I would in the morning of the 24th, my lord. 24th of June, 2024. I'm sorry, 24th of July, 2024.
Yes.
After I finished talking with Samuel,
Let me get this clarification. When did you reach Kisumu? Which day?
I was in Kenya like a week before.
My question, this meeting was when exactly? When?
On the 24th of July, 2024.
Yes. So you agreed to go back?
I agreed to go back, and then I went back to my hotel. In the morning, I checked the news, and it seemed there was the Kenyan security forces that conducted an arrest operation at the pastoral center.
What do you mean by an operation?
From what the news reported, they've gone and arrested a group of people that was there. I think they were up to something suspicious.
Okay.
I then left Kenya. I tried to contact Simon and Samuel, but nobody was answering their phones, so I understood there was something up, so I left Kenya.
What about Besigye?
Besigye was in Nairobi. I understand he landed in Nairobi. No actions were taken against him. So, I don't know, I left. I didn't speak to him for a couple of weeks after that.
So what followed?
What followed, as far as I was concerned, my job was done. And so I headed back to Europe.
Yes.
As far as I was concerned, I provided the Ugandan security services with more than enough evidence of treason. on Dr. Besigye, Wakihima, and the group of people that was arrested at the Sumo.
Yes. So what followed after you went back to Europe?
I was contacted, I stayed in contact with Dr. Besigye. I was in contact with him a week to 2 weeks after Kisumu.
Yes.
And we discussed what went wrong, etc. Why it was a mess.
How did you discuss this?
That was by phone, by WhatsApp.
Yes.
I asked Dr. Besigye if they were still interested in cooperating with the imaginary people that I was representing.
Yes.
And he said yes. At this point, as I said, I thought my job was finished. But it turned out that Dr. Besigye was going to be in Athens, Greece, at the same time that I was there.
Yes. So what happened?
So we arranged a meeting at the airport in Athens.
When?
This would have been, the meeting was arranged for September 29th. That's 2024. Dr. Besigye stated the reason he was in Athens. He had just arrived from the United States to attend a 1 or 2 day conference at a resort outside of Athens.
So he had been in the US.
I understand, yes.
Yes.
The conference, from what he said, was organized by South Africans. For the meeting at the airport, I took one of my associates with me. provide me with security to watch I was not being set up.
Yes.
And to also record the meeting from a distance. I met Dr. Besigye just inside one of the main entrances to the airport on the ground floor.
You met him at
Athens International Airport, just inside one of the main doors.
inside one of the
Main entrances.
on the ground floor. Yes.
He was accompanied by a gentleman he said was a former minister from Kenya. He was accompanied by a gentleman who said he was a former minister from Kenya, my lord.
My Lord, I was thinking we will just finish this part here in about 20 minutes, and then we'll go, yeah, about 20 or 30 minutes, then we'll go. We shall have also reduced What did you say after 20 minutes we shall listen? Through with, through with this episode of Athens. I thought you were saying this room. No. Then, okay, can I go for it? Let us start the break of Saturday. So it's human.
Much of life.
The break will take 30 minutes to come back here at 2. You ready to say something?
Today we are supposed to have a visitation day in prisons. Today is a visitation day in prisons. So the people who give us supplies are here. I guess I'm pressing to see them in the cells to know whether they have taken the supplies prisons.
You want me to?
Madam Winnie, Madam Ajati, and WAF. I forgot one person who brought me a message from my dad. It's my uncle, he's very Catholic.
We come back here to school. If you wish to have your break with those people, I think Treason let them have their break here. Not going down.
I will calculate it in the Senate from
I have no problem.
Richard Will from Kamala Road, Chief State Attorney. Mr. Wilson, before we broke off, you had stated that Dr. Besigye came with a gentleman who he said was a former minister from Kenya.
Yes.
Yes, so what followed?
The gentleman from Kenya left, and myself and Dr. Besigye moved to one of the upstairs restaurants, cafes in Athens Airport.
Which floor?
That would have been on the first floor, not the ground floor, the first floor.
Yes.
I was accompanied by one of my associates that followed us, and myself and Dr. Besigye took up the table, my associate took up the table close to us.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye was not aware of my associate being present.
Yes.
To record this meeting, I was wearing an audio recorder around my neck.
An audio?
An audio recorder, audio surveillance device.
Yes.
I was wearing a wristwatch with a covert camera in it.
Yes.
My associate was equipped with the same. In addition, he had two other covert cameras. One in a power bank and one in a flash drive.
Yes.
The meeting started with questions about why the group of Kisumu had been arrested.
Yes.
I placed the blame on Joe Wakihima. And I also informed Dr. Besigye that the people I was representing, the imaginary Kurdish company, was not happy with myself.
Yes.
Because the operation had been compromised before it started.
Why did you tell him that? Why did you blame Wakayima?
Because we needed somebody to blame. Why was everybody arrested? There must have been a leak.
Yes.
At this stage, as I said earlier, I expected to finish with this, but now I have been asked to continue the cooperation. I was asked by Ugandan Security Services. I asked Dr. Besigye if they wanted to continue the cooperation.
Yes.
And with this I meant he wanted my people to supply him with weapons, fake currency, funding.
Yes.
And logistical support in return for what we asked for, and he said yes. I also brought it up, the fact Kasumu was compromised, was he capable of achieving his goal of overthrowing the Ugandan government? And he said yes, he was. At this point, we were looking to get things started in early 2025.
What do you mean by things getting started?
That we could start operations within Uganda in early 2025. The operations, the reconnaissance operations, the surveillance operations,
Yes.
the direct action operations, in conjunction with the civil unrest, assassination of President Museveni, with the final phase with military assistance to overthrow the government of Uganda by means of arms.
Yes.
Most of the conversation was about that and why Joe Wakahima, or how Joe Wakahima could have compromised the operation in Kisumu, the training camp in Kisumu. Then, out of the blue, Dr. Besigye asked for air defense.
What is air defense?
When I pushed him further, he wanted what's classed as manpads, surface-to-air missiles.
Yes.
That could be used to take out helicopters and aircraft. My response was, yes, they're in the lines of they're available on the black market, but they're extremely expensive and extremely difficult to get hold of.
Who else was listening to this?
Just myself and Dr. Besigye. And it was being recorded on the audio device around me.
Yes. So what happened after telling him they were expensive?
I found the request very strange, especially this stage, because we had already discussed
Why?
we'd already discussed means, weapons, and tactics to carry out their intended operations within Uganda.
Yes.
I said to Dr. Besigye we could do what they wanted against aircraft and helicopters using armed drones.
You can use armed drones.
Yes, target helicopters and aircraft on the ground.
Yes.
But they still seem adamant that they wanted manpads, surface-to-air missiles.
Yes.
We also discussed targeting aircraft on the ground and on takeoff at one of the large air bases here in Uganda. Yes.
What did you discuss?
Targeting aircraft which are on the ground and taking off, which could be targeted by drones.
Yes.
And an air base in Uganda. I can't pronounce the name, it begins with an N.
Yes. Do you know Nakasongola?
That's the name. Dr. Besigye said he had people within the Air Force.
Yes.
That could provide specifics of the helicopters and aircraft that the Ugandan military was using.
I can provide specific.
Specific details
Yes.
of the aircraft and helicopters the Ugandan military are using.
Yes.
So we can ensure that any equipment, any weapons we provided would be effective against those aircraft.
Yes.
We discussed the further training of personnel and equipping of personnel.
Yes.
We agreed that in the future, we'd only be training a small group of personnel at the time. Trusted personnel. We went over what we discussed at the previous meetings.
Yes. So what was the whole purpose of surface air missiles? What was the end goal?
To shoot down helicopters and aircraft.
And so, why?
I don't know their intentions, but they intended to shoot down helicopters and aircraft.
Yes.
From a military perspective, if you're going to hold ground, then you need to be able to, these days, you need to be able to deal with aircraft and helicopters.
Yes.
Also, a concern of mine, which I raised, was if people are seeking air defense, that's not just a Ugandan problem, that's a regional problem.
Yes.
The reason being, for example, if Manpad's surface-to-air missiles was delivered to somewhere like Mahagi in the Congo, there was no control of the supply chain.
Yes.
So there was a huge potential for those missiles to end up in the hands of anyone. And another red flag for me was this question came after Dr. Besigye's meeting in Athens with some group that was sponsored by South Africa.
Yes. So what else did you discuss?
We mainly went over what we discussed before. The logistics, the money, and then the fake money.
As you're discussing all this, what was Dr. Besigye doing?
What do you mean?
You said you're in a cafe.
Yes.
What was Dr. Besigye apart, away from discussing with him?
Dr. Besigye was very relaxed. We ordered some sandwiches, some coffee, but he was very relaxed.
So does that mean that he was eating?
Yes.
What was he eating?
Some sandwiches. We ordered some sandwiches and coffee.
Yes.
I don't think in any way in his mind did he realize he was involved in a sting operation. That I in any way was working for the Ugandan government.
Can you repeat that?
I don't think anywhere in his mind did he consider that I was working for the Ugandan government. After what had happened at Kisumu, to me it was a clear indication that Dr. Besigye had a large network, had the intentions to assassinate the president, to cause major civil unrest within Uganda.
This law, he had the intention to assassinate the president of Uganda,
to cause major civil unrest within Uganda,
yes,
and to possibly use military personnel, security service personnel to overthrow the government of Uganda.
how?
By use of force, by use of violence. But from my dealings with them, they had the capabilities to cause chaos.
Yes.
Which no doubt would lead to the deaths and injuries of innocent people.
Yes.
But in no way were wise enough
Yes.
to be able to effectively pull off a coup.
Yes. So what?
As I said before, I view Dr. Besigye as an extreme liability. Because from their behavior, they would have aligned with anybody
Yes.
I would have provided them with the means, the weapons, the finances.
Yes.
To overthrow the Ugandan government by means of force.
Yes. So, Who funded the movement of Kizza Besigye from US to Geneva?
I don't know.
How did you know that he held a meeting in the US funded by South Africans?
Not in the US, this was in Greece.
In Greece, okay. How did you know?
Because he told me. The meeting was held at a 5-star resort in one of the small villages about 30 kilometers outside of Athens.
The meeting was
Out of a 5-star resort,
just a minute at the 5-star. Yes.
at one of the small towns about 30 kilometers outside of Athens.
So what did you do with the recordings?
Everything was passed back to Uganda, to the Ugandan security services through Moses.
So how did you conclude this meeting?
We concluded this meeting as we would stay in touch and we would look for another meeting in the future where we could start the training of Dr. Besigye's personnel.
Yes, so what followed thereafter?
What happened is we stayed in touch, and in the next couple of weeks, we arranged a meeting in Nairobi.
Now, before you go to Nairobi, throughout these engagements you had with Dr. Kizza Besigye, which number was he using to communicate with you?
He was using the Swiss number, which I gave to you.
And what kind of communication were you having with him?
We were using WhatsApp.
So, what followed? You said you kept in touch.
We kept in touch, and we arranged for Nairobi. We had some discussions about logistics, etc. But the main thing was the meeting in Nairobi.
Yes.
Again, I was apprehensive about the meeting.
Why?
Because what Dr. Besigye was talking about and planning was highly illegal.
Yes.
So I need to safeguard my reputation.
Yes.
Because I cannot afford to be associated with terrorists.
Why do you call them terrorists?
If anybody wants to kill innocent people and damage innocent people's livelihood, to me they're a terrorist. And I think in anybody's terms, they're a terrorist.
So what followed?
What followed was the meeting in Nairobi. I came to Uganda.
Yes.
The date of the meeting was arranged. This time I was told to go to a specific apartment in Nairobi.
Who else did you inform about this meeting?
Moses. I take it informed Ugandan security services.
So what happened after you informed him?
We moved to Nairobi. We went to a location at the Riverside Apartments. At the Riverside Apartments in Nairobi, my lord.
When you say we moved, whom did you go with?
There was myself and one of my associates.
Yes.
My associate was there because he was going to be the representative from the Kurdish company. He was a senior representative, and he was there to talk mainly about the banking.
Yes.
And to ensure everything was in order before the operation got started. Before this, I had asked Dr. Besigye.
What do you mean before this?
Before the actual meeting started, in the run-up to this meeting.
Yes.
I had asked Dr. Besigye if there was anyone else that would be accompanying him. He said he would be bringing somebody along with him, that in case we could not contact Dr. Besigye, would take his place. When Dr. Besigye arrived at the apartment,
Yes.
he arrived with Mr. Obed.
Yes.
After introductions,
Yes.
we started discussing the whole plan.
When you started the meeting, whom are you referring to?
Myself, my associate, was in the room with Mr. Obed and Dr. Besigye.
And when you say that before discussing the whole plan, which plan are you referring to?
This is the plan to assassinate the president of Uganda and to overthrow the government of Uganda by means of force.
Remind me, which date is this of the meeting?
This was November 16th, 2024, my lord.
November
16th, 2024.
So when did you go to Nairobi yourself?
That day, we left early in the morning.
Yes. So proceed. You said before you discussed the plan.
We discussed the plan in detail. The key points, again, mobilization.
So what did you discuss about mobilization?
My associate was, I told him, or we advised him to be, I advised him to be harsh in his questioning. Because at this stage, this was the final meeting before actions were going to start to take place. Before the imaginary people we're representing are going to start spending money, and before actions will start to take place within Uganda.
When were the actions supposed to take place?
In March of 2025, Dr. Besigye stated they'd be starting major civil unrest within Uganda.
Why did you ask your associate to ask harsh questions?
Because this is business. From perspective of our cover story, this is serious business. There's going to be a lot of money involved, and we're talking about overthrowing a government and also assassinating a president.
Yes.
Mobilization, yes, they could mobilize for civil unrest. Dr. Besigye offered to introduce us to a senior member of the Ugandan military.
Yes.
Mobilization, we asked Dr. Besigye again what logistics would be required.
No, before you go there. You say Dr. Besigye offered to introduce you to senior members of the Ugandan military.
Yes.
Why?
To prove, because we wanted to discuss things, we asked for the names. He refused to give us the names for security purposes, which is understandable.
Why did he want to introduce you to those military officers?
From an operational perspective, we wanted to confirm he actually had military people on his side.
Yes.
From an intelligence perspective, we wanted to know their identities to give them to Ugandan intelligence.
Yes.
We also asked what logistics were required. What did they need? Dr. Besigye's response was they had small arms, they could get small arms, such as rifles.
Yes.
But they required air defense, surface-to-air missiles. My associate went on to inform him that we could do the same with drones.
What do you mean by that?
That we could attack helicopters and aircraft with drones, on the ground aircraft.
Yes.
And there was a conversation about how we could target helicopters and aircraft. Again, we explained surface-to-air missiles are expensive.
Yes.
And again, buying surface-to-air missiles on the black market, you're going to draw a lot of attention.
So, what was his response?
They wanted surface-to-air missiles. They would consider drones, but he seemed adamant on surface-to-air missiles.
When you say they wanted, whom are you referring to?
Dr. Besigye.
You said they wanted, even when you told them that you actually shoot down the aircraft using drones,
Yes.
they insisted they wanted surface-to-air
Yes.
missiles. So who are these people you're referring to?
I am talking to my communication was
Yes.
with Dr. Besigye.
Yes.
It's clear that Dr. Besigye had a network of people. He had a network of people for his civil uprising. He had people within Ugandan security forces.
You have said that?
Also, we mentioned about training people in Nairobi in the next few days. He said he had people available.
Yes.
We also had one gentleman that's in the dock over there,
Who?
Mr. Obed.
Yes.
That was in the meeting with Dr. Besigye. That Dr. Besigye said would be Dr. Besigye's person if we could not get hold of Dr. Besigye. We pushed on about logistics and the details of the airport in the Congo, Mahagi. Dr. Besigye said the place was secure and we could land, equipment there, logistics, weapons, etc.
Yes.
Dr. Besigye offered us a meeting with the Minister of Works from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
What was his name?
We didn't get his name.
Yes.
I would say that's the main points of that meeting. Again, we went over everything we've discussed before, and towards the end of that meeting, we were planning for the training of small groups of people.
So, what were you doing while this meeting was ongoing?
We were recording. There was an audio recorder in the main reception area.
Yes.
There was also a video camera, a covert video camera, and a power bank.
Yes.
There was a problem with the video because when the Kenyans come in to make the arrests, they bundled up everything and hit one of the buttons on the recorder and deleted the recording.
Yes.
Towards the end of the meeting, there was a knock on the door. Towards the end of the meeting, there was a knock on the front door of the apartment.
Yes.
I opened the door.
Yes.
There was about 4 or 5 gentlemen there.
Yes.
When I asked them what they wanted, they said they were Kenyan police. I asked for their identifications. Whether they had a warrant, or they just pushed past me.
Yes.
I struggled with one at the door. I got past him.
Yes.
I realized what was happening, so I left the apartment building. I went down the street.
Yes.
And I returned to the apartment about an hour later. A little after that, my associate returned. He had the key to the apartment, our phones, etc. And we entered the apartment. We stayed there until early morning. We then got a car in the morning and returned to Uganda.
Okay, so what happened to the audio recording?
We have it. That was forwarded. All the gadgets I used throughout this operation have been forwarded to the investigators to be analyzed. The phone I used has been passed on to investigators to be analyzed.
Who funded the movement, the flight of Treason Besigye and the building challenge?
I have no idea.
Yes. What did Mr. Besigye say in that meeting?
He said very little. It was Dr. Besigye that was doing most of the talk.
So what happened to Treason Besigye?
I found out he'd been taken back to Uganda.
How about the body jury?
I understand he accompanied him back to Uganda.
How long did this meeting take place?
It must have been about 2 hours.
So, yes, so now what happened when you reached Uganda after that meeting?
Classified.
Yes, Wilson,
Yes.
how many passports do you hold?
2.
From when?
I have a British passport and I have an American passport.
So, how can you identify those passports if you looked at
I have the passport.
So, can you look at the copies of your passports?
Yes, I have my passports.
So, can you show code when you traveled to Geneva for the 29th of October meeting?
If you've got time, because I'm going to have to go through the stamps.
Go through.
The first meeting in Geneva.
In Geneva, 2023. Can you show code the exit, the entry and exit?
Which passport is he looking at now?
This would be in my American passport, my lord. On page 13 of my US passport.
Yes, can you pass on the original to the judge? So which page is that?
That's page 13 of my American passport, which is this passport. One is there. There's an entry into Geneva for the 22nd of the 10th, 22nd of October, 2023, my lord.
On the 20th?
22nd
22nd of
October, 27/10, 23.
Yes.
I left to Zurich. I left through Zurich.
You exited.
Exited through Zurich
Yes.
on the 30th of the 10th, 23 of October of the 10th.
Yes. Can you also inform court when you left, when you entered Switzerland for the 2024 January 28th meeting?
My lord, I entered Switzerland to Zurich on the 27th of January, 2024. I exited Switzerland again to Zurich on the 30th of the 1st, 2024, my lord. The 30th of January 2024. And the markings are on page 20 of my American passport.
What about the June 14th, 2024?
There's no markings for June because I entered Switzerland from a Schengen country.
What do you mean?
Within Europe, within the Schengen countries, the European Union countries, which includes Switzerland,
Yes.
Switzerland for visa purposes, you don't have to show passports.
So when did you go to Kisumu? Can you show when you went to Kisumu for a training on 24th of July 2024?
I have a mark here. This is going to be pending, but I can't read the date. The entry and exits there.
Are you still with the American passport?
Yes, my lord, this is still the American passport. And it's on page 20.
Can you
look at the original and tell when you entered Kisumu?
That's the entry and the exit from person.
You can't read the date?
I can't see it. It's very, very faint, my lord.
What does it mean? The date is not clear in your passport?
It's not clear. They stamped it, my lord, but it's not clear. It's there.
It's not clear. It is an 18th of July 2024.
I'm trying to get the evidence from the bar.
Most obliged.
Are you report that you can't read the date?
Most obliged. But which month is there?
That's
July. So the month is indicated?
yes, my lord.
July which year?
2024.
And on which page?
20.
July 2020?
2024, my lord. The exit is on August the 1st, 2024.
Exit is when?
August the 1st, 2024, my lord.
On which page?
20.
So when did you enter Athens?
Is it US passport?
I'm not sure, my lord. I need to look.
Why don't you use your original? Then you return back at you.
The thing is, my lord, I travel a lot, so there's a lot of stamps in this passport. For the Athens meeting on the 29th of September, for the meeting on the 29th, I entered Greece on the 25th of the 9th, 25th of September, 2024, my lord. And that's in my British passport. On the 25th of the 9th, 2024, my lord. Of September.
And when did you exit?
That is in the UK passport.
Yes, my lord.
And when did you exit?
I exited on the 2nd of October, 2024.
Using which passport?
That's in my UK passport, my British passport.
Which page?
Then I'm marked. The British passport is no longer.
Oh. So what about Nairobi in November?
Nairobi, on page 24 of my American passport.
Page 20.
On page 24.
Yes.
I entered Kenya on the 16th of November, 2024.
When did you exit?
On page 25, I have an entry visa for Uganda.
Yes.
On the 17th. 17th of November, 2024.
Which page is that?
Page 25 of the US passport.
My lord, we better have copies of the passports for PW1, that is for UK, for US and UK. And the original for confirmation in the same.
have the written report is whatever you are doing.
We disclose, my lord. What is them to look at them? What we are going to exhibit?
See, the original.
Yes, my lord. We want to admit, my lord, after you are looking through, we want to make a prayer, my lord.
And I used to have a chance to look at it.
Very much.
Yes.
In fact, if you have photos, copies, whatever is written in that room, have copies.
My lord, we disclose to them. We disclose to the accused person both all this information.
But he's saying he doesn't have the lectures given to
I'm
going to give you. We don't have other copies here. Maybe guide us once again. Specific dates that we are interested in this class.
My lord, to get on the actual dates.
Yes, which we are looking at.
Okay.
So that if I offer also one, these entries and exits. We start with US.
My lord, the US passport is on page 13.
We told them we are trying to look at the entries.
Yes, entry and exit.
That is what reminded me the health of US you have where you are in this passport as well. Entry using the US passport.
My lord, here there is the maybe let me start with the 22nd of October 2020.
That is US passport.
Yes, my lord.
So we are looking at each entry.
Yes, entry and exit.
Yes, start with entry, exit.
Yes, my lord. But you can give them back to the witness and you can give us the rest.
We are not,
Give them. Yes, can you look at your American passport?
let me confirm now from the
Most obliged.
the US passport, did you say the entrance will be 2nd October 2023?
What page, my lord? 13.
Page 13.
I entered Geneva, my lord, on the 22nd of October, 2023.
Did I get you correctly that you left on 30th October 2023?
Yes, my lord.
Then entry in Switzerland with the same passport. As if on 27th January 2023.
Yes, my lord.
You exited on 30th January 2023.
Yes, my lord.
Same passport, did I capture properly that you don't know the date you entered in Kisumu, but it was in July 2024? Or Kisumu, the same passport? In July 2024. July. The date is not clear.
The date is not clear, my lord.
What is July?
July 2024.
The exit is 1st August
Yes, my lord.
2024.
Yes, my lord.
All this is in this passport.
All this is the US passport.
Let us now go to UK passport now.
Yes, my lord.
Did you enter on 25th September 2024?
Yes, my lord.
UK passport and your exit date is 2nd October 2024.
Yes, my lord.
Then the same passport, go to Nairobi.
No, my lord. That's the American passport.
Nairobi.
Yes, my lord.
Yes. American passport on 16th November
Yes, my lord.
2024. And then exit 17th November
Yes, my lord.
2024. This passport. In other words, I'm trying to confirm this that whenever you are looking at this, yes. Have you looked at those dates?
Yes, can you look at your American passport?
Yes.
What's your passport number?
My American passport number is 5937
5937. Yes.
66
Yes.
90
Yeah.
6.
6. In which name is it?
The name is Andy Wilson.
Repeat the US passport number.
The US passport is 5937 66 906.
What's the date of issue?
11th December 2018.
And who issued it?
United States government.
Who said that?
United States, it was issued by the United States, my lord.
My lord, unless there's an objection from defense, we try to
How
have.
can you complete with the UK number? It doesn't have.
No, I want to go one by one. My lord, unless there's an objection from defense, we try to have.
Yes.
Unless there's an objection from defense, we try to have the witness's copy of the American passport admitted as a prosecution exhibit.
Purpose report for what is specific? What do you want to
Well, for his identity one, and also proof of travel.
identity?
Yeah, for his identity and proof of travel to Switzerland, Greece, and Kenya. This would be PX1.
The copy, I'm starting with the copy of US passport number 59376696, the names of Andrew Wilson, DW1. He tendered it not as prosecution exhibit, and we shall mark it as P1.
Yes, can you look at your British passport? Which name does it contain?
Andrew Wilson.
What is this number?
124.
What's it?
124 56 7807.
Can you repeat the number?
124 567 807.
Okay. Who issued it?
United Kingdom government.
When?
The 15th of April.
How many?
the 15th of April, 2021, my lord.
My lord, unless there's an objection from the defense, we pray to have the passport number 12456780 for PW1 Andrew Wilson, admitted as prosecution exhibit. My lord, it is 124 567807. We pray to have it admitted as a prosecution exhibit to confirm one, identity of PW1, and two, that he entered and exited Greece on the 25th of September 2024 and 2nd of October 2024 respectively.
Let the passport number 124567807 in the names of Andrew Wilson, PW1, be tendered in court as prosecution exhibit and we shall mark it as P2.
Much of that. This is not all. For the record, Thomas Jatiko, Assistant Deputy. The next, as faced with this witness, my lord, is to do with the several recording gadgets and devices that the next phase of this witness's testimony, my lord, is to do with the several recording gadgets, devices that this witness has referred to several during his testimony. And my lord, these gadgets, since they were handed over to the investigators, have been with the forensics team, prosecution is humbly praying that this honorable,
investigators
yes,
and
and the forensics team who analyzed these gadgets and prepared the report thereof. My lord, these gadgets have been with the forensics team, and we humbly pray that this honorable court be pleased to give the prosecution an adjournment to enable us get hold of these gadgets so the witness can identify them before this honorable court, as it is crucial to this case and its destiny.
Are you trying to say the narrative, the story has finished the narrative? We are going for identification of what the purpose?
Yes, my lord. And we humbly pray this honorable court, please give us just one day to get this sorted, so we can reconvene the next day.
So we will pray for when?
We pray we be given tomorrow to do all this, and we can convene
We
on
come back tomorrow.
Friday, my lord. Friday.
On Friday, in fact, I want to also communicate it. It is off and doing other work. For purposes of this case, when it is on a daily hearing, Friday is out. So that's when I'm going there. So this one I can accommodate from Monday to Saturday. So Friday is not available.
Then we will humbly pray for the next convenient date, which is Monday. Monday, 24th August. My lord.
That further hearing this witness specifically will be identification of those victims, but we need to be, are we going to be watching also? Are we going to listen so that we prepare?
It will be a combination of both, because they are both videos.
The IT must know if we are to watch, how do we watch? We are to listen. We need to be guided.
These items, these gadgets, the material in them were reduced in form of flash drive.
Clarification for the purposes of preparations with the IT team. If I remember, the guys were saying they need over how many hours to listen, to watch. So shall we, even now as court, now we are coming to that, are we going to be watching? Are we going to be listening?
Yes, my lord. Both watching.
So how is it that we have TVs here? Is it laptops? We need to be prepared.
My lord, the gadgets are all in place.
That's it.
All in place.
So the exits is adjourned to the first. It is Monday. We shall start at state. Yeah, we shall start at 4, but the media people and some people requested for a meeting. I want you to attend. This one will have closed. So on that day, we shall start with a small meeting with the media people. We want to sort out some things with the elders. So on that day, Monday, we shall have a meeting first.
Who are coming from Treason?
Yes.
I request you said we start at 11.
That's it. Because you are supposed
I'm supposed to
those who
wake up,
agree.
cook.
What I'm saying is, what we had agreed initially that you are supposed to meet your lawyers like from the team. Before we come here, you are supposed to meet lawyers.
Like now, they are no longer there. He's cooking.
So that's okay. When you come, you are supposed to first accept and